Good morning.
Girls.
Good morning.
Okay, let's see.
Morning.
Good morning, Jim. Hey.
Good morning.
Good morning, Shaq. Okay, ladies. Did you girls try to do the questions at the end of the chapter 4? Okay. Any questions about any of the questions? Or any question was giving you a hard time? Yes, Shaq?
Yes, on number 3, it asks about the duty factors of the 4 patterns. And I had a difficult time finding the factors, the duty factors for 2 of them.
Okay. Now just look, I already know which one of the one of them is.
B
I already know
and-
which one.
Yeah, B and D. I'm like, I couldn't.
Okay. Okay, listen, dear. What was duty factor? If you just look at it, then you will say, oh, okay, I got it. And let's so you said B and D, right? Okay.
Yes.
Good. I know B was going to be one of them. Okay, let's see. Good lady. So Wikimania says, okay, these are all 4. That's okay. Then we have. Let me just see if I will be able to just okay reproduce them. Okay, as okay, they're divided into. Because it's okay. 4 halves. Yep. Now, if you just look at the, you can say, okay, this one is A, this one is B, this one is C, this one is D. Now, what do we have in A? A actually is okay, is a continuous wave. Is that clear? Because there is no off time. Clear? So yes, okay, if you have a continuous wave, yes, okay, or is that okay, yes. The duty factor for that one was going to be yes, okay, because yes, okay, I 100% of that 100% is going to be yes, okay, a duty factor of 1. Clear? Then let's look at B. Now B here. This was the on time. Then we can say it's okay. This is the off time. And then okay, yes, there's another. Okay, so we can say it's okay, another wave. Now goals, if you look at the equation, now just keep in mind as okay, that these here is okay, I'm going to we can say it's okay. Dividing this whole line here into 4 equal halves. Now, we can say that, okay, yes. Now, duty factor, sorry. The equation is pulse duration divided by ERP. And we can say it's okay then. Multiplied by 100. Okay, now we can mainly say that, okay, each of these parties, okay, may as okay be of a certain period. Let's just say it's okay 10. Divided by the total is going to be 1, 2, 3. 30. Multiplied by 100. Or we can actually say that, okay, yes, your duty factor, in this case, that's okay. Your on time is 1/3 of the entire PRP. Okay, now 1/3 of 100 is going to be, yes, okay, roughly speaking, 33. It's going to be, yes, okay, 33%.
So my question is, where did you get 3 from? Is the lines, is you counting?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Because what was it that we said a PRP was? You look at the equation of duty factor, it was the pulse duration divided by the PRP. Right, okay, so you can mainly say, okay, your duty factor, yes, okay, the on time is 1/3 of your entire PRP. Or we can say, okay, if each of these says, okay, areas here was 10 milliseconds, 10 microseconds, it doesn't really matter. You can say the on time would have been, because it says, okay, 10 milliseconds. Your entire PRP was, now, what was a PRP? From the beginning of a pulse to the beginning of the next pulse, right? So that's okay. In this case, because it's okay, 3, so 10, 20, 30 milliseconds. But roughly speaking, you can say, okay, your PRP is 1/3 of your PRP. 1/3 in terms of percentage, is going to be okay, roughly 33%. Did that make sense? So that's why, yes, okay, they made these lines here to say, yes, okay, this entire time span here is okay, divided into, yes, okay, 4 equal halves. When the last half, yes, okay, you have another pulse. So that's why you say, okay, this was one pulse, and from here to here, that whole span becomes a PRP. Did you get that?
Yes.
Good. In C, well, okay, there is no waves. There's no waves. So you can mainly say, okay, in that case, okay, your duty factor is going to be 0. Now just look here, my dear. Again, he says, okay, pulse. And okay, then we have, okay, as another pulse here, where we can mainly says, okay, that this here is your off time for the pulse 1. This is going to be as okay, the off time for pulse 2. Clear? Where this whole here is okay, is we can say, okay, 1 PRP, this here is another PRP. So you do the very same thing. You said, well, okay, yes, on time was 10 seconds, 10 microseconds, whatever. Divided by now, how many areas do you have here? You have 1, you have 2, and they're equal. So that's going to be as okay, a PRP of 20. So 10 divided by 20, actually, that's okay, it becomes a half. Okay. Or it's okay, we can say it's okay. If you multiply that by 100, that becomes 50%. So half of your entire PRP is on time, and then half of it is off time. So 50% of your PRP is when the transducer is on or talking. 50% it is quiet. Did you go get that?
Yes.
Right,
Thank
okay,
you.
and even yes, okay, if you look at the question, it gives you the hint to determine the duty factor, use a single pair of complete pulse duration and PRP times. Okay, now you probably as okay for this one here, so you may have been confused as okay, what was a PRP? From beginning of a pulse to the beginning of the next pulse. But that's pretty much okay as how these questions here were answered. Any other question?
Question 7.
Okay. Question 7. Now, which of the following best describes A? Now we have a paragraph, or we have actually as okay, a diagram of okay, some diverse waves. We can make this okay, then this, then this. And my idea is okay, when they say E, they mark this. Yes, E. And the one that I is okay is the answer is pulse duration. Why? What was pulse duration? It was the time from beginning of the pulse to the end of the pulse. If we measure this here in terms of time, it's the pulse duration. If we measure from here to here in terms of distance or length, then it becomes the spatial pulse length. Here, had it just been this, had this been E, then the answer would have been either period or wavelength.
So for number 8, how is it D?
Huh?
For question 8, it's
Yeah.
actually the same question, but it's a different answer.
I just said it. I says, okay, if you measure this here in distance, it becomes the spatial pulse length.
Okay. Because when I see questions like that, it really tricks me up because I'm just like,
Because I told you, not just you, I told everybody. Okay. That, okay, as pulse duration. Now, if you just look at the math of it, it was mainly as, okay, just number of cycles. And we can say, okay, here's okay, multiplied by the period. Whereas we can see as, okay, spatial pulse length. The other one is okay, be the same, yes, okay. Number of cycles multiplied by the let's choose another color because that's okay. Wavelength. But when you see it's okay, what was it said? We even broke up the word spatial pulse length and say, okay, why do they call it a spatial pulse length? Pulse duration was mainly as okay, what is the time? Because duration here is okay, mainly as okay refers to time, which will be as okay related to your period, right? Period of each cycle. Multiplied by the number of cycles that you had in the pulse. Here we have 1, 2, 3 cycles. Whereas, okay, if you measure the same thing from beginning of pulse to end of pulse in terms of distance, it's the same. It's from the beginning of the pulse to the end of the pulse, but you measure that in distance. You're going to use the wavelength. And we say as okay, spatial pulse length, where the word length here is okay, mainly as okay means how long. But how long can be taken as okay, both in terms of just okay, time and distance. So maybe as okay, to specify that further, that's why they say it's okay, spatial, which means it's okay, just meant pertaining or related to space. Area, distance, or any as okay, physical measurement of how long a thing actually is, or physically is. And they specified here that, okay, as we're talking about, is okay, how long the pulse is. And goes, since that's okay here, number of cycles was a common factor. And we already know that, okay, yes, the period is directly proportional to wavelength. that actually is going to cause that, okay, yes, that your pulse duration is going to be, okay, directly proportional to spatial pulse length. That the longer your pulse, or you can say, okay, the greater the pulse duration, the greater is going to be, okay, the spatial pulse length. Because there can be two things that is, okay, may increase your pulse duration. It can either because as, okay, the number of cycles is increased, or the period of each cycle is increased, or it can be both. So that's going to, okay, either of these or both of these as, okay, will lead to as, okay, an increase in the pulse duration, which mainly also will mean that, okay, yes, your spatial pulse length is also going to increase, because by an increasing period, you have an increasing wavelength. But as far as you say, it's okay, from here to here, can be as, okay, both pulse duration and spatial pulse length. Now in question 8, the reason that, okay, yes, it is spatial pulse length. Oh, sorry, pulse duration. Okay. Oh, spatial pulse length is, okay, by that, okay, yes, you don't have a pulse duration. They asked about the same thing for line A in question 8, or 7 as well, whereas, okay, you don't have a spatial pulse length, but only as, okay, a pulse duration as an answer. But yes, okay, this here, in terms of time, is going to, yes, okay, be the pulse duration. In terms of length, a distance, is going to be, yes, okay, the spatial pulse length. And they are both directly proportional to 100, mainly because period and wavelength are also directly proportional. So you can say as, okay, whether you increase the number of cycles or you have, okay, as a cycle with greater number of, have a pulse, or with a greater number of cycles, that may increase the spatial pulse length. And or if we have, okay, as a pulse with a greater wavelength, that as well as, okay, also will increase the spatial pulse length. And that will mainly mean that, yes, okay, you will have a increase in the pulse duration as well. Whereas if either of these two here is, okay, decrease, that will mainly cause that, okay, yes, your spatial pulse length will decrease, which mainly will mean that, okay, yes, this will also be lower. And, okay, yes, as the wavelength decreases, the period decreases. So yes, okay, your spatial or your pulse duration will also decrease, which mainly means, again, yes, okay, just prove that, okay, yes, spatial pulse length and pulse duration are directly proportional to 100. I requires, okay, the period decreases, then the wavelength decreases. So this relationship is mainly as, okay, something that we already did in chapter 3. You just have to bring it over and say, well, okay, as if the period changes, that's going to be as, okay, an equal or likewise change in the wavelength, which mainly will mean that, okay, as that makes that's because period and wavelength are directly proportional. So any pulse where the period is greater will also have a greater wavelength. Due to the greater period, we have a greater spatial Now it will have a greater pulse duration. And as there's a likewise increase in the wavelength, it will also have a greater spatial pulse length. And on the other side. Is that clear? So in question 7, question 8, it was the same area, but just in question 8 or 7, we don't have spatial pulse length as an option. Likewise, in question 8, we doesn't have we don't have pulse duration as an option. Had we had both spatial pulse length and pulse duration as an option, let's say in question 7, then A would have been both pulse duration and spatial pulse length. But actually, let's split it and say, in question 7, we only give pulse duration as the option for A. In question 8 is the same, but it's going to be but the option that matches is going to be spatial pulse length. Did that make sense? Anybody else with any question?
Can you go over number 18?
Question 18. Now, what are the factors that we have? Now, the speed of a 5 megahertz wave, a continuous wave, is 8.1 kilometers per second. So we can say, we have a 5 megahertz wave, and we can just say that this here is a continuous wave. Okay, and it has a speed of 1.8 meters per second. Now, what they mainly say is, since this here was a continuous wave, what do we mean by continuous wave? Non-stop. It is then pulsed. Okay. With a duty factor of 0.5, which mainly will mean that, yes, in this case, yes, half of your entire PRF is on. And half is off. But then it's they may say calculate the new propagation speed. So what is the speed of sound? Now, it doesn't really matter because, what determines your speed? What is going to determine the speed of sound? The medium. Whether it was as a continuous wave and or as pulsed wave. That is mainly as what the system makes it as. But saying as as they travel as through the same medium. the speed is going to be the same. It's going to be, it's okay, 8.5 meters per second. Irrespective of, yes, okay, whether it was a continuous wave or pulse wave. Because that's going to just, okay, be the medium that determines that. Okay. So the speed is going to be the same. Anything else? Any other question? Even if they ask, okay, what's going to be the wavelength for both waves, it will be the same because the frequency was the same, right? The frequency was the same. What was going to be the wavelength if I gave you the same question, okay, and I asked you, okay, what is going to be the wavelength? You have a 5 megahertz transducer, what is going to be the wavelength?
0.308. 0.308 hertz, I think.
Hertz.
Not hertz. I forgot let me double check on that one.
It's going to be 0.3 versus donkeys. What's the unit for wavelength? What is the unit for wavelength?
Millimeters?
Millimeters. Or it could be any unit of distance, right?
But it doesn't say that it's a soft tissue.
Huh?
It doesn't say that it's a soft tissue.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So we could just omit the speed. Or we can leave it as okay, you can just use okay as, because they're not going to ask, yes, okay, what would be the wavelength in different tissues or different medias? Okay. All of your things says, okay, is going to say, okay, be on soft tissues. You can say, okay, 1.8 kilometer is okay as 1,800 meters per second. Good. Anything else? Any other questions? Okay. Did any of you try to look at the questions for the review? Back in the review section. From 139 to, where was it? To 181. That's the review questions for chapter 4. Okay. 131 to 181. 139, sorry. To 181. No, nobody tried to look at those? Okay, goals. Let's just try to look at them together, okay? So question 139, page 451. Does everybody have your books? Okay. So what is it they are asking us? Okay, what are the units of a pulse duration? Okay, and it could be any unit of time. Saying milliseconds there only is wrong. Okay, because okay, those milliseconds can also be expressed in seconds, can also be expressed in microseconds. It's just that the number is going to just okay change accordingly. Clear? Okay. Question number 140. What determines the pulse duration? And that's going to be as okay when we look at okay, it's getting as okay. Is it a source? Is it the medium? Is it both? Or is it neither? And we said that that was going to be as okay, the source, just like the period. Clear? Okay. And yes, okay, what we will see when we get to yes, okay, a later chapter, I think it's either 8 or 10. Either of those two chapters, you will actually yes, okay, realize that even yes, okay, the number of the cycles produced in a pulse is going to yes, okay, be determined by the transducer as well. So pulse duration, the period is okay, it was determined by the transducer, which is the source. And yes, okay, the number of cycles in each pulse is going to yes, okay, both of these will be determined mainly yes, okay, by the transducer itself. Now, question number 141. True or false? So is it going to be true to say that, okay, the pulse duration of an ultrasound and transducer system does not change significantly as long as the system components remains unchanged? And that is true. Because, okay, to change the spatial or to change the pulse duration, you would need to change the transducer. Okay, or you can say it's okay, that is mainly true because it's okay, it is not adjustable. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
Good. Question 142. The pulse duration is expressed in the same, okay, let's see. So that's okay. Pulse duration is expressed in the same units as the, now that's okay, down here they're giving us, okay, a different parameters or variables. But the main is okay, just ask which of these has the same unit as your pulse duration. And that is going to be, it's okay, the period. Okay. That's going to be period. Okay. Had it said PRP besides instead of PRF, then that could have been a right answer as well. Because pulse repetition period is also going to be expressed in terms of, or in the units of time. Second, millisecond, microsecond, whatsoever. Question number, okay. Are the following 4 statements true regarding pulse duration? So that's okay, we have 4 questions from 143 to 146. And the may as okay ask us, are these statements here true or are they false? Now, a sonographer can adjust the duration of the pulse or of an acoustic pulse, since it depends only upon the pulse propagation speed. Everything about this thing is false. Clear? What is going to just okay determine the propagation speed of the pulse? That would be the medium through which the pulse travels. Clear? And that means okay makes speed of sound as okay unadjustable. Clear? Okay. A sonographer can adjust the duration of an acoustic pulse since it depends upon the maximum imaging depth. That is wrong too. Okay, it would have been true had they say that's okay, adjust the PRP or PRF, because that's going to be it's okay be adjusted by the depth. But it's okay here, you can't change the duration. The duration remains constant. Whether you increase the pulse or whether you decrease the, increase the imaging depth or decrease the imaging depth. Clear? So it was only going to be the off time or the listening time that would change. Clear? Question number 145. The sonographer, that will be you girls, cannot change the duration of the pulse unless the transducer is switched. Yes, that was true. That was what I've been saying from ever since we start talking about pulse duration. That the only way by which it's okay, the pulse duration can be changed or adjusted is if you use a different transducer. That may be as okay producing as okay a longer or shorter pulse. Okay, what will make the pulse become shorter? Either because the period of the cycle is lower or the number of cycles per pulse is lower, or both. Either or both of these as okay will decrease the, or as okay, or change in either of these two, or both will lead to as okay change in the pulse duration. Question 146. Pulse duration cannot be changed under any circumstances or by any action of a sonographer, which is false. We just said that's okay. We switched the transducer it will lead to yes, okay, a change. So yes, okay, what that means is that no matter what you do, pulse duration can be changed. Well, it can if you switch the transducer, so that makes it false. Did that make sense? Okay, question number 47 or 147. Pulse duration is equal to, what is the formula of pulse duration? Number of cycles multiplied by period. Okay. So that's your, yes, okay, what you can call it, the number of, well, that's your pulse duration. Clear? You can also say, yes, okay, pulse duration can also, yes, okay, be calculated by the number of cycles divided by frequency. Because 1 over the frequency, or 1 over the period, or reciprocal to the period is going to be as okay the frequency. Question number 148. What happens to the pulse duration when the sound, okay, let's see. What happens to the pulse duration when the sonographer decreases the maximum depth of imaging in an ultrasound scan? Nothing. Nothing happens to the pulse duration because pulse duration was constant. The thing that changed when we, as okay, changed the imaging depth was the off time. Right? Because pulse duration, as I said, was constant. The only thing that could change that was the, okay. Now there had been a different case that they says, okay, what happens to the PRP? If they ask what happens to the PRP when we, for instance, okay, decrease the maximum depth, that would decrease as well. And it asks what happens to the PRF. If we decrease the PRP or the depth, the PRF will increase. So be careful, yes, okay, for what is it that they ask in the question. And after that is okay, if you know the relationships, okay, yes, you should be more than good. Clear? Question number, okay, 149. The spatial pulse length describes a certain characteristic of an ultrasound pulse. What are its units? Clear? And okay, as here, it's just going to, yes, okay. You just have to look at which of these here is a unit of distance. So although, yes, okay, we don't express, normally won't express as, okay, wavelength in meters. Because it's going, okay, but it's going to, that's the only one that is the unit of distance. Time would have been period, PRP, things like that. Hertz, frequency, or PRF. Yeah, none, it is unitless. That would have been a true answer had they asked us about the duty factor. Right? Question 150. In diagnostic imaging, what determines the spatial pulse length? And again, yes, okay, goes just because, yes, okay, the spatial pulse length is going to, yes, okay, be the wavelength of the pulse. The wavelength was determined by both source and medium. That's where you may, it's okay, just copy and paste wavelength here. So what determines your wavelength is going to determine the spatial pulse length. So that's going to be both. Tapish? So nothing really new. Question 151. Which of the following best describes the spatial pulse length? Frequency multiplied by wavelength? No. TRF divided multiplied by wavelength? No. Wavelength multiplied by the number of cycles in a pulse? Yes. Okay. Duty factor multiplied by the wavelength? No. Yep. So the one that best describes the formula for spatial pulse length is wavelength multiplied by number of cycles, or cycles multiplied by the number of cycles multiplied by the wavelength. Okay, girls. Question 152. That's going to be, yes, okay, that's a little interesting one. So let us do this one here because, okay, the main says, okay, that we have two transducers. So you can say, okay, transducer 1. Let me just, so you can say, okay, transducer 1. And we can say, okay, transducer 2. Now, two transducers send our ultrasound pulses into soft tissue. So we can say, okay, tissue is the same. Soft tissue. Now, one transducer emits, okay, as a 4 megahertz frequency. So for transducer 1, yes, okay, it has a 4 megahertz frequency. Where the other, yes, okay, emits a sound or produces a sound with a 6 megahertz frequency. Here, each pulse contains 4 cycles. So we can say, as okay, is going to be as okay, 4 cycles per pulse. 4 cycles per pulse. Now, which of these two here has the greater spatial pulse length? So they're asking us which of these two systems here has the greatest spatial pulse length. Now that's a little tricky one, but that's okay. You can say it's okay in both cases. Okay, number of pulses were the same. Right? Now look here. You will say that, okay, yes, since this one here has a high low frequency, it has a low frequency that will actually has, okay, have a greater wavelength. So you can say, okay, there will be as okay an increased wavelength. Whereas here on the opposite side, you can say, okay, this one here has a great frequency, which may mean that it will have a lower wavelength. And since the number of cycles is the same, it's going to be as okay, and they ask which has the greatest spatial pulse length. It will be this one here. So that's going to be the one that had a frequency of 4 megahertz versus 6 megahertz, because lower frequency will give a greater wavelength, which will give an overall greater spatial pulse length. Had to ask the opposite. Had to ask the opposite. Then you can say, it's okay, 6 megahertz, that's okay, that's a great, that's a set goes. Hello? Hello? Clear? So you can say, okay, greater frequency, lower wavelength, with same number of pulses, lower spatial pulse length. Did that make sense? Did that make sense?
Yes.
Good. Girls, can I make a humble request?
Yeah.
Good. And that humble request is practically speaking, I'm not supposed to, it's okay, be answering the questions for you. I'll tell how to solve them. So the deal is that, okay, yes, when I go over the questions, give you the answers, give you the explanation for it, I'll flip around with the things and say, okay, then that's what had been the wrong answer. And ask if you get it. If you got it, please say something.
Yes. Got it.
Okay. So this time it's a humble request. Next time, you know what? The session will end and you will just meet up for your quests. That's it.
Okay. I have a question.
Yo,
Are we doing chapter 5 today?
yes.
Okay.
So that's why it's okay. I can't be sitting and waiting for you, any of you, it's just okay. Pull themselves together to say it's okay, yes, we got it, we didn't get it. You got it, just let me know. If you didn't get it, let me know. Question 153, now let's look here. Using a specific transducer, what happens to the spatial pulse length as the sonographer increases the maximum depth? Nothing. The spatial pulse length still remains the same. Okay. The spatial pulse length still remains the same, so nothing really happens. Clear? And again, as okay, there would have been a different answer had they asked PRP, PRF. So if you increase the depth, then PRP will increase. Clear? And then PRF will decrease. Did you ladies get that? So for period, or so for as okay, the pulse duration.
Yes.
Good. Question 154, true or false? While imaging soft tissue. Clear? So while imaging soft tissue, the spatial pulse length does not change as long as the component of the ultrasound are the same. That is true. Now, the reason that tissue here is what they put in the tissue is because it's okay, they talk about the spatial pulse length because it's okay, tissue is going to be a medium which will, yes, okay, affect the spatial pulse length. Okay, But girls, what we will actually see is okay in later chapters is that okay, as whenever we talk as okay, spatial pulse length, it's made as okay, going to be as okay, the spatial pulse length as reduced by transducer. Okay, so if it says okay, this transducer has a spatial pulse length of, let's say it's okay, 2 millimeters. That's what we'll consider as a spatial pulse length, irrespective of as okay, what tissue it goes through. Okay. Question number 155. On what does the pulse repetition period depend? Okay. Is it a source of the sound wave? Is the medium through which the pulse travels? Or is it both? Or is it neither? Now it's going to be as okay, the source. Okay. It could have been both had, okay, as one of the options been, that's okay, source and imaging depth. Clear? Okay. Source, which means yes, okay, we can say it's okay, produce the pulse, and then the imaging depth. Where you can say it's okay, greater depth will lead to yes, okay, a greater PRP and vice versa. Lesser imaging depth will mean yes, okay, just I meant lesser PRP.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So when we so the pulse, the PRP, when it
Mhm.
says what is the source, right? What is it, the system or the transducer we're talking about?
Now, when you go PRP, mainly because it's okay, it is going to it's okay, mainly it's okay, be determined or changed as we change the depth. And the depth that's mainly it's okay on the system. So the system is varying, it's okay, we'll find as okay at the knob for your depth.
Because I'm not getting confused, but I just wondered when I see like the source, because in the other terms, like
Mhm.
we specify like if it's the system or it's the transducer, and we're not doing it for this. So that's why I
No. Yeah. But it's okay, whether it's system or whether it is the transducer. Both can be considered as okay, source of sound. Okay.
thank you.
By some cases, as okay, you say as okay, as we specify as okay, source as the transducer and transducer only. Where okay, for some other things, it's okay, you may it's okay, say a source should be specified for system and system only. And in some cases, okay, we can take both. Okay. So those that's okay, where it becomes just okay, more specific and so on. So that's going to become more clear as okay as we go through as okay some other chapters. But yes, okay, just to say as okay, if this same question here would have been asked, okay, what does the pulse repetition period depend? Well, okay, it would be system or source. Clear? And another thing would have been, yes, okay, because it's okay, the depth of image. Right? Because, okay, they are related. $156. Now, a sonographer and man, yes, okay, adjust the maximum imaging depth of an ultrasound. Okay, which are the following also changes. So we can say, okay, It may, yes, okay, just ask us that, okay, as change in imaging depth. Will lead to change in what? So is the pulse repetition period going to change? Yes, that will change. Right, okay. It will change. Does the wavelength change? No. Clear? Does the pulse repetition frequency change? Yes, it will. Does the frequency change? No. Now we're going to say as, okay, in case here, if they ask, okay, yes, because that's going to is, okay, what if we may come across, that we say, okay, if we increase the imaging depth, that will mean it's okay, whatever, change the PRP, but what kind of change? That will lead to an increase in the PRP. And that increase in the PRP will lead to, as okay, a decrease in the PRF. So yes, okay, here they just ask, change in this would, that's okay, where that change could either be as okay, increase, or as we may say now, as okay, decrease. That, okay, what if we decrease the depth? That is going to lead to, as okay, a decrease in the PRP. And that decrease in PRP is going to lead to an increase in PRF. Okay, but since says, okay, they didn't talk about increase or decrease, they just said change. That's fine, okay, yes. Change in in imaging depth leads to, okay, change in PRP. Change in imaging depth leads to change in PRF. Had they said increasing depth or increasing in imaging depth, is that going to lead to an increase in PRP? Then answer would have been true. Had it said decrease in PRP, then it would have been false. Or then, okay, then would not have been an option. Did you get that? So you can say, okay, the more information you're given, is okay, the more specific is it that the answer will be. Change could be in any direction, right? Okay, it can increase, it can decrease. But when it says that's okay, increase in depth, that will increase the PRP. That will be the right answer, or decrease PRF. That is not going to be good enough to say that, okay, yes, it will change. Because that change in PRP with change of depth could be as okay, either an increase or decrease in PRP. No, then it's only going to be a increase in the pulse repetition period. So the easiest way to is okay, write out all these equations here, something like this, as I just did. It says, okay, the blue arrows, yes, okay, they match. The red arrows, they match. Okay, where change could mean, yes, okay, both increase and decrease. So if they specifically are, that's okay, increase in the imaging depth, then only as okay, if the options that are given as okay, with red arrows are being passed, then it's going to be as okay, that will be the right option. Question 157. Which of the following, yes, okay, correctly describes the pulse repetition period? Clear? So is the product of wavelength and propagation speed? No. Is it reciprocal to frequency? Now be watchful here, girls. That is wrong. Had it said is reciprocal to, yes, okay, pulse repetition frequency, then that could have been, yes, okay, a correct answer. Clear? It is a sum of the pulses on time and listening time or off time. And that means, yes, okay, we said that the PRP was. That was mean, yes, okay, just equal to, yes, okay, the sum of the on time and the off time. Where this on time here also is okay, could be called talking time. And then this could also be called as okay, listening time. Or this on time here is okay, also could be as okay, the pulse duration. Here, option D is wrong because okay, what option D says? The time that the transducer is pulsing. The time that the transducer is pulsing is meaning it's okay, just going to be the pulse duration. Or talking time or on time. Did that make sense? So that's okay. For your PRP, it was going to be as okay, the sum of on time and off time. Because after this on time here, it's okay, it's going to be as okay, another on time. So this whole thing here is okay. Made up your PRP. Did that make sense?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Question 158. Now, what happens to the pulse repetition period? If the sonographer, now look, here they become specific, right? Okay, what happens to the PRP? If the sonographer, that will be you girls, decrease in the management, okay, that's okay, maximum imaging depth. If we decrease depth. So the only thing that you actually is okay, just need to know is okay, where is the relationship between depth and PRP? So decreasing depth, decreasing the distance will lead to, yes, okay, a decrease in the pulse repetition period. Just remember, it's okay, shorter distance to go and come, shorter time is it that it will take. Did you ladies get that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Now again, yes, okay, I got some questions that they asked true or false, and okay, as they have given us, okay, as a scenario. So two outlet systems, so we can say, okay, we can say, okay, system 1 and system 2, we label them that. Okay, now one produces, okay, a frequency of 3 megahertz and 3 megahertz, 6 megahertz. So we have, okay, as at 3 megahertz, and we have, okay, as a 6 megahertz, that's the frequency. Clear? Are used to image a patient. Okay, good. The maximum imaging depth of both exams is 8 centimeters. So we can say, okay, depth here is, in both cases is, sorry, 8 centimeters. Which of the following statements are true? Now, question number 1 asks us is, the period of the 3 megahertz transducer is greater than the period of the 6 megahertz sound. And that's true. Right, okay, because we can say, it's okay, lower frequency sorry, lower frequency is okay. That is going to just okay be a greater period. Whereas this one here is going to just okay have a lower period. And they ask us, is it true to say that okay, this 3 megahertz transducer here has a greater period? Clear? Now just watch out, they don't ask about the PRP. If they say, okay, this system here, if it had, okay, it's a greater PRP than this system here, that would have been wrong because the imaging depth for both of them is the same. So both systems actually is okay, will have an equal PRP, but they have different periods where okay, this transducer has a greater period, this transducer has a lower period because of the lesser frequency and greater frequency, because frequency and period are inversely proportional. Did that make sense? So yes, okay, that makes us okay. The first statement here, true. Question number 6 or 160. The wavelength of the 3 megahertz system, ultrasound system, is greater than the 6 megahertz. Well, okay, yes, that is going to be true as well. Because, okay, this lower wavelength here, a lower frequency is going to just, okay, be a greater wavelength. Likewise, okay, as this greater frequency transducer will have a lower wavelength. Because we already also know that, okay, yes, frequency and wavelength are inversely proportional. Is that clear?
Yes, it is.
Good. Question number 161. The pulse produced by both systems have the same speed in the same patient. You can say, okay, that is true as well. Because, okay, their product, okay, going to go is, okay, through the same tissues. Or you can say that's going to be true as well. It's okay, maybe because, okay, there's no relationship between frequency and propagation speed. So whether we use a 3 megahertz transducer or a 6 megahertz transducer, it's going to have, okay, the same speed. So that's okay. Speeds are equal. That's true as well. Now, that's what I just said earlier. And the manias, okay, just ask us this, okay, yes, is the PRF of the 6 megahertz transducer is that greater than the 3 megahertz transducer? Now, right, okay. So what they mainly is, okay, want you to, is okay, trick you into believing is that just because this system here had, okay, it's a greater frequency, but it also have a greater PRF, or just because this system here had a lower frequency, does it have a lower PRF? That is false, because PRFs are not related to the frequencies. As a matter of fact, in both these instances here, the PRFs are going to be equal. Why? Because your imaging depth is equal. Did you girls get that?
Yeah.
Right, okay. And let's just assume that, okay, as everything that you've been given is, okay, 3 megahertz, 6 megahertz, blah, 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 blah. But they made us, okay, said, okay, as in one case, as okay, the imaging depth was 8 centimeters, and we said that, okay, as imaging depth has 18 centimeters. Then this part is what had been. Well, okay, that was still had been wrong. Okay, because okay, here you have a greater depth. That would mean is okay, leads is okay, a greater PRP, which would then correctly mean that you have had okay as a reduced PRF. Clear? Okay. So that's okay. The clues are given. You may that's okay. Just have to know that's okay the relations and which are not related. Did you ladies get that?
Yeah.
Okay. So although that's okay, you see numbers in a question. Numbers with units and so on. So it's not necessary. So it's not going to be necessary that you actually, it's okay, need to do math or do calculations. Okay. Question number, okay, yes. And again, it's okay, 4 statements related to yes, okay, a statement here. So that's okay, because it's okay, the maximum imaging depth during an exam is unchanged. So we can mean it's okay, say that okay, depth is, we can say it's okay, the same. We can just take any random number, right? We can take 10 centimeters and 10 centimeters. Okay, a new transducer with a longer pulse duration is used. So we can say, okay, here's okay, we says, okay, there will be a long, short pulse duration. And okay, as we use, okay, the one with a greater pulse duration. Are the following 4 statements true or false? The pulse repetition period is increased. Is it true to say that, okay, yes, that the PRP also will increase just because we choose the transducer with a greater pulse duration? No. As a matter of fact, in both instances, okay, the pulse repetition period would be the same. Why? Because the depth is the same. Did you girls get that? Or as I said, pulse duration or period, as a matter of fact, is not going to, as okay, be related to the PRP. The pulse repetition frequency is increased. That is also false. Because, okay, again, as okay, the depth is still the same. Clear? Okay. So the pulse repetition frequency will only have decreased had we decreased. No, sorry. Increase. We only had increased if we decrease the imaging depth. Whether we as okay, change the pulse duration or don't change the pulse duration, that doesn't really matter. But the thing that okay, as we had decreased the pulse repetition frequency was if we increase the depth. But the depth remains the same. The duty factor is increased. Now, the reason that it's just okay, duty factor is increased because we increase the pulse duration, which made okay, the duration of your pulse is going to increase. And we said that yesterday, the duty factor yes, okay, is directly proportional to pulse duration. So when we increase the pulse duration, that's going to be as okay, mean that the duty factor will also increase. Because okay, it's going to have the same PRP. Why is the PRP going to be the same? Because the depth remains the same. Is that clear? The frequency is increased. That's false. Even if it said decreased, that will be false as well. Because, okay. 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 Did that make sense, girls?
Yeah, okay.
Good evening. Question 156, 67, sorry. What are the units of pulse repetition frequency? Unit, it was mean, yes, okay, that's going to, yes, okay, be the general unit of frequency. Clear? Okay. Hertz. Okay, there's no hertz, so it's going to, yes, okay, per second, which means, yes, okay, will mean that, okay, that becomes reciprocal. Or this here is okay as reciprocal to period, where the unit of period is here. Okay, so that's okay, a little tricky one. Question 168. The pulse duration, okay, the pulse repetition frequency of an ultrasound transducer is typically by a typical diagnostic. Okay, let's see. Okay, sorry. The pulse repetition frequency of an ultrasound produced by a transducer typical of diagnostic imaging systems is dash. Okay, it can be changed by the sonographer. Depends upon the medium through which the sound travels. No. It's unchanged as long as the same ultrasound system is used. That's false too. Has nothing to do with clinical imaging. Okay, that's super duper false. So the only thing that, okay, as that made sense here is that, okay, as the can be changed by the sonographer. Clear? Okay. Because I change the wording of, let's say, option B. And it says, okay, it depends upon the depth that the sound travels. There you can say it's okay, the greater the depth, the lower will be the pulse repetition frequency. Okay. Did you guys get that? Or says, okay, we can change the depth. Which is okay, will lead to yes, okay, and inversely change in PRF. In diagnostic imaging, what establishes the pulse repetition frequency? Okay, and that's again, it's okay, going to be the source of sound. Okay. Option B could have been correct had the wording just been a little bit different. As I said, okay, as the depth of the tissues through which the sound travels. Did you girls get that?
Yeah.
Good. Question 170. So that's okay when a sonographer increases the maximum depth. So that's okay. We actually has okay an increase in depth. During as okay an exam, what happens to the PRF? This increase in depth, what does it do to the PRF? It will decrease it. Either you as okay, just remember as okay the direct relationship between PRF and depth. Or you guys say it's okay, this increase in depth here actually is okay, will lead to increase in PRP, which will lead to as okay, decrease in depth and PRF. Clear? So the PRP or the PRF will decrease. Had they asked the same question, but not about the PRF, but the PRP, well, okay, then the answer would have been right here. Then there will be as okay, a likewise increase in increase of depth. Decrease in depth, that's okay, decrease in PRP as well. And that increase in PRP will have lead to an increase in the PRF. Question number 171. Is it true or false to say pulse repetition frequency and frequency are unrelated? And that's true. Clear? A low or high frequency is not going to cause a low or high PRF. The thing that was going to just okay cause change in the PRF was depth. And not the frequency of the transducer. Or as I said, and that's just okay what you have in one of your hint boxes. The PRF, although it's okay, this here is okay, was a frequency or a frequency of the pulses, is not related to the frequency of the transducer. So that's okay, just asking of your hint boxes here. Question number 172. Pulse repetition frequency is the, now is it going to be the product of wavelength and propagation speed? No. Is it the reciprocal of period? No. That would have been correct had they asked about the frequency and not PRF. Okay, so here they are asking other ways. PRF. It is the sum of the pulse duration and listening time. That is also false. That would have been true had they asked about the PRP. Okay, that would have been as okay, the sum of the pulse duration and the listening time. This pulse duration here could also be referred to as on time or talking time. Listening time could also be referred to as the off time. But is it true to say that, okay, yes, the pulse repetition frequency is Well, okay, yes, okay, reciprocal. Which means, okay, will more likely mean this to PRP. Yes. Or even if it says, okay, it's inversely related to PRP, it could still have, okay, being the correct answer. Did you ladies get that?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, question number. Okay, question number 173. What is the typical value? No, I said typical value of your duty factor. Okay, and here is okay, just remember, okay, you are given here is okay, what they also call is okay, they also call is okay, the duty cycle. There's okay, in your book where you have duty factor, just write the term duty cycle. Okay, because okay, that may be as okay a term that they may replace the word duty factor with in a question. Here he was nice enough to say, okay, also call the duty cycle of a pulsed wave ultrasound system in diagnostic imaging. Okay. Now, is 0.001. Now, the reason that option A always okay, the number is the same, is wrong because it says milliseconds. And what we said about duty factor was it was unitless. So although it's okay, this number has okay falls in the normal range of a typical value of duty factor. Whereas okay, we said milliseconds. Then that would just have become as okay unit of period. Okay. Did that make sense? Kilograms per centimeter square or cube. That's a unit of density. And density and duty factor are completely different things. Right? 0.75. Well, okay, that's too high. Because we actually said, okay, as the max duty factor was, okay, as 0.5. Oh, sorry, 0.005. 0.05. So that's too high. 0.001. I mean, it's okay because it is unitless. That okay, as makes it all that's okay. The same number was given. Well, it's okay, two other options, but because they came with okay units that were not representing duty factor, because duty factor first of all was unitless. Second is one was unit of period, the other one was unit of density. Did that make sense?
It did, yes.
Good. Question 173. What is the value of the duty cycle? Now, just remember, duty cycle just was another name for duty factor. Clear? Or a continuous ultrasound wave. Clear? Now they have given you, yes, okay, 4 numbers. They have given you 100. They have given you, yes, okay, 1%. They have given you, yes, okay, 1,000%. And then this is okay, none of the above. Now the reason that this one here is wrong. It could have been correct had it says, okay, 100%. Then yes, okay, that could have been correct. This one here is wrong because it says 1%. Had it just said 1 and 1 only, it would have been correct. And goes as far as 1,000% is concerned. There's nothing known as 1,000%. As a matter, there's nothing known as 101% or 101%. Okay. So did you get that? You can say 1,000% is okay. You can say it's okay 1,000,000%. That's a non-existent number. Or you can say it's okay, non-existing value. Because the max that you can have is okay as far as percentage is concerned is 100. That's where the upper limit of percentage goes. Are you girls 1,000,000% clear on that one? Okay. So that says, okay, why the answer is none of the above. But I just told you, okay, what the answers could or what the options could have been. Just okay, make it correct. So had I said 100%? Well, okay, yes. It will still be correct. 1% is wrong because it should have been 1. And okay, 1,000%, that's okay. Not possibly, yes, okay, existing. Question number 175. Now, yes, okay, in the question about the asked you about is okay, a continuous view. Okay. Now they just says, okay, what is the, in case of a pulse ultrasound, what is the maximum value of a duty factor? Now it can't be 100%. We just said 100%. That was okay as for a continuous view. It can't be 1. Because, okay, this duty factor 1 here actually is okay, means the same as 100%, which was for a continuous view transducer as well. So we can maybe say, okay, the only one that makes sense is that, okay, it's anything less than 100%. Right? Or we could have said, or the option here could also be as, okay, anything less than 1. And 1 only. Where this 1 here actually is, okay, it meant the same as 100%. Is that clear?
Yes, it is.
Good. Question number 176. By using a particular system, what happens to the duty factor when the depth of the image is increased? Now we can say, okay, it's the same system. Now, when we mean by the same system, is going to be as okay that in both instances, okay, the pulse duration of these 2 years, okay, will be the same. Clear? It is not directly mentioned in the question. But that's what you have to just okay get from the information just okay written in between the lines. The next thing just happened is okay, what happens to just okay the duty factor? If you find says okay increased, is that what it says? It's okay when the depth increases. Now just look here, girls. We know that duty factor was going to be as okay, what we could say as okay, inversely proportional to PRP. Where this PRP here is okay, was directly proportional to depth. So when depth increases, the PRP increases, which mainly will mean that the duty factor will decrease. Andre? Did anybody get that?
Yes, I got it.
Good. Dr. King, are you the spokesperson for the rest of the group or what?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. $77. A stenographer alters the duty cycle when adjusting the maximum, okay, when adjusting the maximum depth of the imaging, the scan. And that's, they're asking, is that true to say? That, okay, as change in depth will lead to, yes, okay, change in duty factor. That is true. Here they just space says, okay, that changing this will lead to change in this. So that is true. Had they say as okay, increase in depth. But that also leads to as okay, increase in duty factor. And that would have been false. Had they said decrease in depth, would that lead to yes, okay, increase in duty factor? Oh, what the hell I'm saying? Oh, sorry. That will also have been true. Sorry. What the hell? But do they go as okay, decrease in depth, that increase your duty factor? Then that will be false. Something like that. But here, as I say, change in that depth changes duty factor or duty cycle. That is true. Question number 178. Let's see, change. The duty factor is a characteristic of an ultrasound. And the transducer system is the duty factor is a characteristic of the ultrasound, or is a characteristic of an ultrasound. and the transducer system, and does not change as long as the system components remains unchanged. That's false. The duty factor SOK may change if we, for instance, SOK change the depth. Even though SOK we keep the components of the system the same. We don't change the transducer, but maybe it's okay because we change the depth that will lead to change in the duty factor. Did that make sense?
Yes, it did.
Good. 179. Now, while using the same ultrasound machine and transducer, okay, so yes, okay, our components are the same. Obviously, as the same system is the same, right? Okay. Which of the following can the sonographer alter? Okay. So can we just, okay, change the pulse repetition period? Yes, we can change the pulse repetition period. Yes, okay, by changing the depth. Can we change the PRF, which is just your pulse repetition frequency? Yes, we can. By the same way as, okay, changing the depth. Okay, can we change the frequency? No. Can we change the duty cycle or the duty factor? Yes. Mainly it's okay by changing the pulse repetition period, which is done by changing it's okay the depth. Clear? Can we change the pulse duration? No. Because the only means by changing the pulse duration was to just okay change the transducer. Right? Did you girls get that one?
Yes.
Good. Question 180. Now, which of the following term does not belong with others? Now we can say, it's okay, one thing that they ask us is increase in depth. Clear? The other is increase in duty factor. The other is increase in PRP. And the other is increase in PRF. Now we can maybe says, okay, try to relate that's okay, the depth to some of these. I say does increase in depth that lead to, yes, okay, increase in PRP? Yes. And that increase in PRP, yes, okay, also leads to, yes, okay, decrease in PRF. Where we can then say, yes, okay, that increase in PRP. Or we can say, okay, increase in duty factor is mainly as okay due to, yes, okay, a decrease in PRF. Which would I mean, okay, a decrease in PRP. Or an increase in PRF, sorry. And we always, okay, established that, okay, as both of these here, okay, was related to, is okay, increase in depth. So the only one that didn't match into the relationship here was this one here. So this one is the Baba black sheep. Question number, okay, So pretty much, okay, as a similar type of question. 181. Where the main is, okay, just says, okay, exclude the one that doesn't fit into the relationship. So we can say as, okay, increased in imaging depth. So as, okay, increase in depth. Decrease in duty factor. Okay, increase in pulse repetition period. And decrease in SPL. Now here we can directly say this one here doesn't match. Because spatial pulse length has nothing to do with either of these. Or is not related to either of these, whereas all these here's okay are related. And you can even go and say, okay, increased depth means increased PRP, sorry. And that increase in PRP actually is going to mean is okay, reduced duty factor. Did that make sense? So this one here is again is okay, it's okay, fellow that does not make any relationship to the others. Okay, girls. Those were your questions. So you saw, yes, okay, there were questions with numbers, but you really didn't have to do much math, right? Well, as a matter of fact, it's okay, we didn't do any math at all. Right? It was all just about, yes, okay, the relationships. So relationships in this case is okay, it's more important than math. Or actual calculations. Capiche?
Apish.
Good. Now, girls, just take a long, wanted short break. Okay. And I'm going to be stingy today and say, well, okay, you girls get a 10. So I will see you girls back at no later than 11:15. Capiche? And then we go on to chapter 5. Okay, girls, welcome back. Now, chapter number 5. A little weird chapter. Okay. And that's what it also is, okay, it says in the first abstract was okay hint box. This material is a little bit of abstract. If you are studying for your boards, refer to the 10 commandments of the intensity on page 74. That is what you need to know. But okay, let us just look at generally and just okay what this whole thing here is about, because what this chapter here is okay mainly is okay just talk about is intensity. Clear? And what was it that we said an intensity was? It was going to be as okay the concentration of power. Or area. Clear? Which was mean, yes, okay, going to have, yes, okay, the unit. Irrespective of what's going to be, yes, okay, the unit of power. Or a unit of area. Where the unit of power was watt or any, yes, okay, multiple or fraction of a watt. Divided by the area, which was going to be as okay, any unit of distance squared. So you can say as okay, meter squared, you can say centimeter squared, you can say as okay, millimeter squared, it doesn't really matter. Clear? Okay, so later on, yes, okay, no matter, yes, okay, which kind of consideration that we take for intensity, the unit is always going to be as okay, unit of power per centimeter square, or watts per centimeter square, or milliwatts per centimeter square, or milliwatts per meter square, or whatsoever, as long as it is unit of power per unit of area. Is that clear?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, what we also already have said is that, okay, as intensity was going to be as, okay, directly proportional to area, to power, and inversely proportional to area. Okay. Which will mean this. Now goes one thing that is okay, we will get introduced to in this chapter here. We can mean that okay, when we say intensity, yes, okay, they're going to, yes, okay, mainly, yes, okay, be two types of considerations of an intensity that we may consider. One is going to be as okay, what we will call spatial. And we somehow already as okay have mentioned as okay, what is it that the word spatial that it refers to? We can just okay mean it as okay related or pertaining to space, or in this case as okay, we could say as okay distance. And the reason that the value is like a unit of distance that we use in intensity is going to be area. So more correctly as okay, area. It will be any distance squared. But those considerations will be referred to as okay, as a spatial intensity. Where we mainly look at okay, at the distribution of intensity in an area. Is that clear? Where that's okay for now, just briefly speaking, when we can say it's okay, when we say area, it's going to be something like this. This can be an area in a cross section. Or this can be an area. Where we mean is okay, we'll say this one here is okay, that's a reduced area. Whereas this one here is okay, that is an increased greater area. But we may say as okay, if we talk about as okay, the amount of energy distributed in this area and being distributed in this area here. Clear. How is that going to okay affect the intensity? That would be as okay, mainly as okay, spatial considerations. Did you guys get that? So relating yes, okay, intensity, yes, okay, to the area in which the power is being distributed. The physical area. That would be yes, okay, a spatial consideration of what you want to call it, yes, okay, intensity. But the word spatial, yes, okay, me, yes, okay, pertaining to space. Which means yes, okay, anything that can be measured in any unit of distance. Did you ladies get that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a term that's okay. We already saw it in the previous chapter when we say spatial pulse length. We says, okay, how long is the pulse? By yes, okay, we specify the length of the pulse to its physical length. And call that, okay, as the spatial pulse length. Did that make sense? So what the spatial meant was, okay, as what is the physical measurement of the length of the pulse? Clear? So the term spatial goes, you're going to come across this again and again and again and again. Clear? Okay. For the intensity, yes, okay. It's mainly as okay, that spatial consideration is mainly as okay, going to be as okay, the area. And you may as okay hear me using a word here when we talk of area, which would be as okay, beam. Or we can more correctly say as okay, the sound beam. Clear? The next one goes is going to be as okay, what we will call temporal. Now, some of you may be scratching your heads here and say, oh, okay, is this referring to as okay, the temporal bone or the temporal lobe of the brain? No. Now we can make this okay, just look at this word here and say it's okay, L. Well, okay, just as we have here is okay, as one of our favorite terms that we did in medical terminology, which was meaning as okay, meaning pertaining to. Clear? Then your question will be as okay, then what the does the word tempor mean here? That will mean yes, okay, time. So again, yes, okay, another term. Temporal, which is mainly as okay, just going to yes, okay, be pertaining to time. And when we say as okay, temporal considerations of intensity, it's going to be as okay, how is it that the intensity may as okay change or yes, okay, you can say it's okay, the course of time. That will be as okay, a temporal consideration of the what you might call it, of intensity. And what you mainly as okay see here as okay, as okay, indirectly as okay, made a pulse. Okay, So just make that as okay, a standard, okay, understanding that, okay, whenever we talk of, okay, as temporal consideration of the intensity, that temporal consideration is always going to, yes, okay, be related to something that is going to be related to the pulse. Okay, because the intensity of the energy of it is okay, the energy is okay in each cycle is okay, may change. May not change, it will be changed. So that change is going to, yes, okay, be as okay, what we talk about is okay, when we do is okay, temporal consideration. But for now, girls, just remember whenever you see the word spatial, that will mainly mean that we are talking about something in terms of its physical measurement, in terms of space, area, volume. Anything that can be measured in a unit of distance, simply square, cube, tetra, or whatever. Is that clear? So if I say, yes, okay, what is the spatial volume or values of the room that you're sitting in? You may say, well, okay, yes, there is, okay, yes, a distance of 10 feet from the floor to the roof. And from the wall in front of me to the wall behind me, yes, okay, there's 20 feet. And the wall from side to side of me, yes, okay, there's a distance of 16 feet. All these are spatial considerations of, okay, as the size of your room. Clear? Whereas I say, it's okay, what is the temporal? Then that's going to, yes, okay, be related to, yes, okay, time. How do we relate something to, yes, okay, the time? Okay, that is going to be, yes, okay, temporal. Okay, so yes, okay, just look at the word temporal and say, yes, okay, if you look at the word temporary, is there anybody who can tell me what temporary would mean? Yes, girls.
Like
What
not permanent.
exactly right. Okay. Okay. You can say, well, okay, this is not probably as okay, everlasting solution of this problem here. But it's okay, yes, it's good for the time being. Okay, so for time being, yes, okay, that's okay. That would be a temporary, but again, yes, okay, you can say yes, okay, it will still be as okay pertaining to the time. Clear? Okay, so likewise, it's okay as a temporal consideration. Okay, but whenever we talk as okay, temporal consideration, it's always going to, as okay, be related to your pulse. Whereas spatial consideration of your intensity is always going to be related to, yes, okay, the area in which the sound energy is being distributed. Did you girls get that?
Yes.
Good. Now, ladies, what a beam is, or a sound beam is, we most likely, yes, okay, we'll talk about the general consideration of, okay, as a sound beam in chapter number 9. Okay. Okay. And the reason that we will call it as, okay, a sound beam mainly is, okay, because it has the same behaviors as a light beam. So, okay, probably not the best beam to make. Or we can mean is, okay, say it's okay if this here, this is a general beam. Now, if we just as, okay, say it's okay that we take, okay, as a cross section here and look at it. This will be as, okay, we can say it's okay, the area of the beam. And what we actually is, okay, or what you actually will see is that in the center of the beam here, or you can say it's okay here. That's going to be as, okay, where there will be as, okay, a max intensity. Or we can actually say, okay, a max power. Okay. And usually that's, okay, the example that I give when I try to explain this thing here is, okay, as a hurricane, a tornado. Because where in a tornado is it that, okay, as you will find the greatest energy? If this was, okay, as a tornado.
In the eye of the tornado or the middle?
Exactly, and where do you usually find the eye of a tornado, my dear?
In the center?
Exactly. Clear? So yes, okay, if the eye, yes, okay, passes by the area where you are standing or living, you've been wondering, okay, yes, it's traveling this way, and okay, so, okay, shit, the eye is going to be, yes, okay, in the area where I live. It's time for me to, yes, okay, try to get away as fast as possible, right? Did that make sense? Did that make sense?
Yes.
Good. So we're in a beam, because this, okay, let me just make it red here. This here is, okay, that's a beam. Where in the beam is, okay, is it that you mainly is, okay, will find the max intensity? We can make this as, okay, say in the center of the beam. Why? Mainly because that's where it's, okay, that there will be as, okay, a max power. Clear? But if you compare, yes, okay, the intensity of the beam here to over here, you can see as, okay, this then will be as, okay, the cross section of your beam. Make me says, okay, here, this point has, okay, that's where it's, okay, we can say that the area is reduced. And you can mainly see it's, okay, because of an increase or reduction in the area. There's going to be, it's, okay, a higher concentration of energy. Which may or mean at this point here, it's, okay, that is going to be, it's, okay, where the intensity will be, as, okay, at its max. But if you look at a beam like this here is, okay, that can be as, okay, considered as the max power and or as, okay, the max intensity. Because in terms of area, This is going to be as okay the area in the beam where there's going to be as okay a max intensity. And that max intensity in terms of area is going to be called as okay the intensity spatial, because we are talking about space. Peak. Where peak mainly is okay, just is, and that's okay, directly indicating of being as okay the maximum. Clear? If you say that's okay, that there's a price hike of something, the price is hiking, increasing, right? At some point, it may reach its possible max. And they'll say, okay, the price of gas can't increase any further. So it has reached its maximum. It has reached its peak. Clear? So the term that we are going to use for a maximum in this chapter here is going to be peak. Did that make sense? Yes.
So is the center always going to have the max energy?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as the beam is concerned, yes.
Okay.
And that's why it's okay. I use the example of a hurricane. Right? Or girls, if you look here in the back, can you guys see this light? Okay, now you can see the source of light right here. Well, that's okay. What you see around here is mainly as okay, just the light beam produced by this light. And where do you see the light being strongest? Right in this area here, right? Okay, which is the center of the beam. Now what happens as it goes here? You see? It becomes weaker. So where in the beam do you have the straightest, strongest light?
In the middle.
In the middle. Clear? Okay, and the reason, I'm not going to go into the details of that, but the reason that we refer to it to as a sound beam is mainly because, okay, the sound waves are going to, change the behavior of a beam. We will talk in the details of that in chapter number 9. Clear? But you can mainly say, okay, this whole area here is okay in the back. Right, okay? The area where you find the max light energy is going to be be in the center. You can also say, okay, that's going to be the area where there's going to be a max intensity. That max intensity is going to be referred to as the intensity spatial peak. Is that clear? Okay. Okay, so the intensity in the area where we find the maximum intensity is going to be called the intensity spatial peak. Did that make sense? Did that make sense, girls?
Yes.
Good. So wherever you find something in the maximum, that maximum here is going to be referred to as a peak. Now, we can take, as another spatial consideration, and we say okay, let's say that, this was the area of the beam. We said, yes, here in the middle, that's where we actually had as the maximum intensity in terms of space. So that's why we call the intensity spatial peak. Now there can also be another spatial consideration of energy or intensity. So there's me because there's still an intensity, it's still going to be an I. Yes, the I means just stands simply for intensity. The S is still spatial. So we can say, the S, there's still going to be what we can call spatial. But then the other is going to be what we'll call an average. Now we can mainly say, let us put it this way. Let's say that, as we were making a pizza. This is also our pizza dough being spread out. Clear? Okay. You may take a scoop of, let's say, tomato sauce and put it here. Now mainly mean that this area here of the pizza has the maximum of tomato sauce. Clear? Okay. But what an average actually is going to be is that you say, well, I'm going to evenly distribute this tomato sauce all over the pizza. So all everywhere on the pizza. It doesn't really matter where I take a bite from. I will get the same amount or even or equal amount of tomato sauce or bite. So that's going to be the same here that we say, well, this was the energy that we had. This was the energy that we had in the beam. But if we say, well, we're going to evenly distribute that energy all over. So it becomes evenly distributed. That mainly means that, that measurement of energy in any area is going to be the same. So that means that means mean, or that means going to be what we mean by an average. Right? Or let's say our favorite food basket. Right, okay. We have 120 pieces of chocolate or fruit in that. Let's say 130 apples or 120 apples. Now, whatever means is how would I determine how to give each of you a same amount of apple? I will say, what is going to be the average? Okay, so it means 128 apples distributed among well, let's say 140 apples, sorry. 140 apples, distributed among 14 lovely ladies. Okay, that would be an average. That's yes, everybody get an even and fair share. So when we say, okay, average intensity, now I mean, say, okay, this is the amount of energy that we have. Let us spread that energy all over. So that it doesn't really matter, yes, okay, which area of the being that we look at that will have the same amount of energy. So that kind of, okay, a spatial consideration is going to be referred to as a spatial average. Is that clear? And
Yes.
something, okay, something that, okay, as you mainly as, okay, just should say is that, okay, as that spatial peak, or we can say, okay, the intensity spatial peak, that is always going to be greater than the intensity spatial average. Did you girls get that? Because what we mainly said that, okay, as a peak was, peak mainly as, okay, just meant maximum. Maximum from that, just, okay, basket with 140 apples would be as, okay, one of you say, well, okay, I'm taking all of those 140 apples. Forget the other 13 girls. Okay. Did that make sense? But I said, no. We have to evenly distribute them to each and every one so that everybody gets the same amount of apples. Okay, so I say it's going to be fair to give average or to give out an average. Now I need to calculate the math here. I do the math here and say, well, okay, we had 140 apples, 14 lovely ladies. So yes, okay, 140 divided by 14 becomes 10. So everybody will get 10 apples. And that's going to be good for us, okay, up to 10 days to keep the doctor away. Did you girls get that? So what does an
Yes.
average mean? Even and equal distribution. Right? Are you girls up for an even and equal distribution of the grades tomorrow? We may strike a deal and say, yes, okay, girls, you know what? Some of you got scores in 90s. Some of you got scores in, we can say it's okay, 90%. Some of you may get okay scores in 70%. Some of you may get scores in just 40%. And I say, well, okay, should we strike a deal? Everybody got the same grades. 75. That would be an average. I saw somebody raise their thumb and say, yes, okay. Nah. Well, okay, it will be as okay. It will be as okay. A good deal for the people who scored low, right? Okay, but the people who score high, yes, okay, they'll say, oh, shit. Okay. But that's mainly as okay. Well, probably as okay, you can say, okay, everybody got okay as an even and fair share, no matter as okay whether they contributed more or less. That is what's going to be called the average. Clear? But just remember, girls, peak is always going to be the maximum. and average is always going to be less than peak. Because we take the maximum, and I mean, it's okay, distributed over, in this case, it's okay, greater area. Right, okay, so that tomato sauce on your pizza. They say it was okay, as you can say, it's okay, you got the peak amount of tomato sauce. But when we say it's okay, that we evenly distributed, then it's going to say it's okay, that even distribution is going to say it's okay, we can say it's okay, average. How much tomato sauce do we get per slice? Or if you take a side view and say, okay, this was our pizza dough. And okay, maybe it's okay, just in the middle, yes, okay, we had this big mountain of, okay, tomato sauce. Where you says, okay, that's going to be average. If it says, okay, this is still, yes, okay, or pizza dough. But it doesn't really matter, yes, okay, where we look. On the pizza, it is evenly spread. So it doesn't really matter where you get this piece of the pizza, this piece of the pizza, this piece of the pizza, this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece. Each bite will have, yes, okay, the same amount of, yes, okay, say dough and tomato sauce. Now, because it's okay, it was evenly distributed based on say, okay, how much tomato sauce did we have? And that becomes an average. Did that make sense? So those are your two spatial considerations. And why do we say spatial consideration? Because it's going to just okay be related to the beam. Clear? Okay. Where is it that you will have, yes, okay. Generally speaking, yes, okay. And overall in the beam, yes, okay. Where would there be, yes, okay, maximum intensity? In the center of the beam. Here, but we take, yes, okay, that intensity and evenly spread it out, that intensity will be considered also like as a spatial average, intensity spatial average. Is that clear? Did you girls get that?
Yes.
Good. And just remember as a goal, as okay, as a general rule of thumb, peak is always going to be greater than average. Clear? Any questions so far?
No.
No. Okay, I've been sitting here and talking of pizza. So some of you, yes, okay, your mouth may be already watering. And say, okay. So go and have your pizza or whatever you intend to, yes, okay, take. Okay. And yes, okay, today I'm being stingy with your breaks. So I will see you girls back no later than 12:40. So by 12:40, yes, okay, you should be ready, steady, and go. See you girls. Okay, girls, welcome back. Any questions so far? Nope. Okay. No, just something that, okay, struck my mind as I was waiting. And we can, okay, our priority. That, okay, as far as, okay, as the area, or as far as, okay, the beam is concerned, from here to here. Because at this point is okay, where is okay, as where we have the narrowest area or the smallest area. That's going to be as okay where the intensity, or we can say, okay, the spatial intensity, that's okay, will be at max. Okay, the narrowest area of the beam. Will be as okay where the intensity will be at its max. Okay. Now, yes, okay, a lot of this is going to just, okay, become more clear once we talk chapter number 9. Okay. But does anybody have any questions about what it means to be max or peak versus average? Are everybody clear on that? Yes, girls. Okay. So just remember, no matter what, whether it's spatial or temporal, peak is always going to be max or greater than average. So you can stay as okay. Peak is always greater than average. Okay. Okay, girls. Now let's just go on to yes, okay, to what we can call yes, okay, the temporal. Okay, I say that. Let's say that. Okay, the temporal consideration of intensity. And what remains is okay meant by temporal was okay, yes, I guess that's okay in terms of time. Clear? And when we say as okay, intensity as okay in terms of time, that is going to be as okay relating to the pulses. Clear? And what did we say that a pulse was? Well, I know that so far as okay, I've been drawing a pulse like this. Where we can mean it as okay, all the cycle had okay as somehow as okay a similar amplitude, which mainly would mean that they would have had a similar intensity or same intensity. We made as okay just going to change that just for this chapter here. And say that okay, as if this here was a pulse, or it's okay, a pulse. which is made up of, let's say, different cycles. And we can just give them, yes, okay, different colors. Is that clear? So this was our pulse. Clear? Okay, where you can say, okay, this one here was, okay, as the first cycle or the brown cycle. You can say, okay, this one here was okay as the second cycle or the pink cycle, and this one here was okay as the blue cycle or the third cycle. But these three cycles here is okay together made okay as what we call the pulse. Is that clear, girls?
I don't get it.
We had three cycles in a pulse. Clear?
Yes.
Okay. And what we mainly can say is, okay, if you look at it, the brown one is the one with the smallest amplitude, right?
Yes.
Because which may to me that it also has okay have the least intensity. The pink one is okay has have an intensity or amplitude which is greater than the brown one but lesser than the blue one, right?
Yes.
Good. Okay, and the blue one we can mean is that's okay is the yes, okay is the cycle in our pulse here which has the greatest intensity, mainly because it's the wave with the biggest amplitude.
So it's basically different, the pulse is different amplitudes that have
No.
different amplitudes?
The cycles in the pulse will have different amplitudes.
Okay.
Clear? Okay. Although as okay in the previous chapter, that's okay. When I said pulse, I mean that's okay. I just did something like this. Okay, which means that's okay. You could say that's okay. Was saying well, okay. All cycles in the pulse have the same amplitude, but we're just going to just okay change that discussion a little bit here for this chapter. Is that clear? Okay, so what we mainly can say is okay here, what is it that we have? This might be the first cycle of the pulse. This may be the second cycle of the pulse. This would be as okay the third cycle of the pulse, where we can say okay, in terms of occurrence, this may happen. This is the first pulse cycle that is first produced. This is going to be as okay the second pulse being produced with second cycle with another pulse to be produced, and this one here is okay maybe third. Okay, okay. Now, girls, please. It doesn't have that the first one is smallest, second one biggest, third one biggest. It can be opposite. It could even have been something like we say as okay, something like this, where we go and say as okay. This one here could have been the biggest pulse, and then we have okay, had okay as a pulse afterwards, which was in between. That is not the point. Okay. 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 So this one here is not as common standard. It can be as okay in any pattern. Did you girls get that? Okay, where we mainly can say it's okay. This one here is okay, is the pink one, which has the greatest intensity is going to be as okay, the cycle within the pulse that had the greatest intensity. Okay, where we can still say it's okay, but as far as okay, these pulses here being produced, this one here was or this cycle here, these cycles here within the pulse being produced. The brown one will still be the first one, This one here will be the second, and this one here will be the third. Okay. Did you get that? So it's all yes, okay, looking in terms of time. Or relating yes, okay, each of these cycles here to yes, okay, the time at which they occur. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good. Now, ladies, for our yes, okay, temporal considerations, we can make this okay, we can say yes, okay, there will be 4 types of intensities. So intensity is okay, will be intensity. Okay, or the I is okay, mainly is okay, briefly as okay is going to be as okay the as okay abbreviation for intensity in this case, in this context here. Okay. The first, then we as okay say as okay that these are going to be as okay temporal considerations. So since they're temporal consideration, we go T. Okay. Here is okay, we may go on and say it's okay, this line here will be T. And why? Because there's a little bit more to it, yes, okay, then okay, it's just temporal. The first one is going to be as okay, what we will call peak. Okay, but we may as okay, just going to be sticking with as okay with our first example here. And say as okay, in terms of time, it was when we had yes, okay, the blue wave. That okay, yes, the intensity in the pulse was, or the intensity was at its max or peak. Because we see that okay, this wave here is the one that has the greatest amplitude because it has the greatest intensity. So it's when this wave here occurs that there's going to be as okay an intensity in terms of time where it's going to be at the peak. So that intensity will be referred to as intensity temporal peak. Did you girls get that? So within this pulse here, right? Okay. Is that clear, girls?
Yeah, kind of.
What do you mean kind of?
So the peak temporal intent is the blue one, the big one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because what did I say? I already said, okay, this might have been, yes, okay, the first cycle to be produced, right?
Yeah.
Now, when we say first, I mean, it's okay, in terms of time. This would be the second cycle to be produced in terms of time. This would be the third cycle to be produced in time, right?
Yeah.
Clear? Or you can say it's okay if I go like this. And says, okay, that my intensity of my voice increases as I speak. I may increase. What happened? Low intensity, greater intensity, greatest intensity.
Okay.
Okay, but first I spoke the word I.
Yeah.
Followed by the word may. Followed by the word increase. They are all uttered at different times, right?
Yes.
Did that make sense?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
So the time when I said the word increase, that was meaning that's okay, because it's okay, the intensity of my was at its
Peak.
max.
Okay.
Clear?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. But I can go the opposite way, and that's okay, start loud and then go dimmer. Okay. Then
Yeah.
it may as okay, just be as okay if I say the same 3 words, but the first word will be I, then I say may and then increase. But it will I will be the loudest, then maybe as okay, maybe in between, and as okay increases the word that I will speak with the softest voice.
Mm.
Clear? Or I can even go as okay, I at a medium intensity may and then back as okay to increase as okay loose. It doesn't have to be that it's going to be the last cycle in the pulse that has the maximum intensity or maximum amplitude.
Okay.
But the temporal consideration is just going to be says, okay, where in terms of time do we have, okay, the intensity temporal peak? That's going to be as okay in time. Whereas, okay, the wave with the greatest intensity, the greatest amplitude is being produced.
Okay.
Did that make sense?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay. And where is it that we have multiple cycles?
Awesome.
When we have a pulse. Did you ladies get that?
Yes.
Good. Now here, ladies, and that's why it's okay. We can mainly say it's okay that we have okay, this fellow is okay, that we may actually it's okay need to smuggle on. It's still going to be as okay intensity. Okay. It's still going to be as okay in terms of time. But they mainly as okay, just call it Imax. And Imax is mainly as okay, just the same as this one here. So if you look in your book, it even says, okay, Imax and intensity temporal peak. Pretty much, okay, yes, they are the same. But Imax is meaning, yes, okay, just a different approach of, yes, okay, addressing, or yes, okay, referring to the max intensity. Yeah. As a matter of fact, they may say, okay, if this was okay as our, I peak, I max mainly as okay, will just be as okay from the average to the peak. But it's still going to be as okay off the largest wave. Or we can say, okay, the wave or cycle in the pulse with the maximum intensity. Did you girls get that? Did you girls get that?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Then the next one. And I may just, okay, we'll just use the word P, because P here is going to just, okay, be for the pulse. So it's okay, the word P here actually here stands for pulse. And then we go as, okay, we go away from maxes and we actually just, okay, go to averages. So we actually going to has, okay, have two temporal averages. There's going to be one that we call as, okay, the intensity pulse average. And that's going to be one that we actually call, okay, the intensity temporal average. Now, my dear ladies, let's just look at it in this way. And still says, okay. Now, if this here is okay, was our pulse. This was when we had our pulse, right? Yeah. We can also say, yes, okay, that this was when we actually had our on time. Clear? And then, yes, okay, what do you have after on time? What is following on time?
All time.
Who said that? Who was that?
Me.
Who is me?
Sequelas.
Exactly. Good job, my dear. So this is a going to be as okay. We can say it's okay, our off time. Now, what was averages? We actually said that, okay, as we had 3 pulses with different intensities, right? Right?
Yes.
Good. Okay, where we have, okay, one with a peak average, or one a peak intensity, one with the least in intensity. So maybe it's okay, something in between, whatever. Clear? Where the average mainly mean that, okay, if we check the intensities of these 3 pulses here, we can actually, it's okay, do it this way and say, it's okay, that we take the intensity of these 3 pulses here. As they were. And actually, it's okay, add them together. Clear? And it's okay, we say it's okay. We may as okay get okay as a even bigger total intensity of the pulse. But we want to just okay say what would be the average intensity of this pulse here. Now, since that's okay, we took these 3 intensities, added them together, we're going to just okay, just divide the total intensity of this here by 3. And say, well, okay, the average intensity of the pulse would not be as big as this one, not as small as this one, but we can probably say, okay, something like this. So yes, okay, that's going to be yes, okay, the average intensity of the pulse, which we actually recall as okay, the intensity pulse average. Always mean yes, okay, or can also be as okay, just the average of the intensity, or average of the energy produced by the pulse during on time, or your talking time, right? Or if you can say as okay, this could also be referred to as okay, during the pulse duration. Is that clear? So your intensity pulse average goes as mainly as okay, just going to be, you can say the average intensity we can say it's okay of the pulse in talk time, also known as on time, also known as the pulse duration. Did you ladies get that? And what do we mean by average? Evenly distributed. That we say that, okay, yes, if you want to say, well, okay, this is the amount of energy that we have, yes, okay, in this pulse here, but it's okay, one cycle is weaker, one is stronger, one is very strong. But whatever had been like, okay, if we, yes, okay, took an average intensity, we could mean and said, okay, yes, the waves would not have been like this, but rather, yes, okay, an average would have been something like this. Because it's okay, greater than the least, smaller than the biggest, something like that. Did you guys get that? But your intensity pulse average is only going to be as okay, the average intensity of your pulse, which is during on time, which is during talking time, or which is doing as okay, your pulse duration. Did you girls get that?
Yes.
Any questions? Yes, Jennifer, you look confused. Are you getting it?
That's just what I look like.
Okay. Okay. Sometimes my daughter say, you look mad. I say, I'm not mad. That's how I look like. I may
Yeah.
sound mad, but I'm not mad. That's just how I speak.
Yep, that's just how I am, unfortunately.
Okay, that's just been my tone for probably not my whole life, but okay, yes, you can say it's okay. So okay, girls. But is there anybody who has any doubt about it? Okay, what average means?
No.
That fruit basket or chocolate basket or whatever, imaginary, because we're never in school, right? That we may have. Yes, okay. And I say, well, okay, and somebody else, okay, contribute. Now, somebody may bring in, let's say, okay, 200 candies into that basket. Somebody may just bring 2 candies. Somebody may have 15 candies. So everybody has, okay, contribute differently. Maybe it says, okay, every wave or cycle has contributed as, okay, its own different amount of energy to the pulse. But when it came to us, okay, determine the average, we would say, well, okay, what if we distributed this all as, okay, all the energy that we had evenly amongst all the waves. Did that make sense? Right. Now comes the last one, girls. And that's what we says, okay, temporal intensity. As okay, intensity, temporal average. The overall average intensity in time. So we can mainly say, okay, that's going to be as okay, the intensity. Or we can say, okay, that's going to become yes, okay, our average intensity. Not of the on time or talking time or pulse duration or during the pulse. But actually, it's okay here. It's okay. That temporal part here is going to just okay be accounting for the PRP. Clear? Where you can mainly say as okay in the PRP as okay that was just going to be as okay the sum of what we previously as okay called pulse duration or on time or talking time plus is okay, what we here said was off time. Did you girls get that? Did you girls get that?
Yes.
Good. So what is it we have been doing? Tomorrow, yes, okay, when you girls came in, I said, well, okay, for once we are back in school. Bring some sweets. Let's say that, okay, I said there's the 15 of us. We collect, let's say, it's okay, 150 candies. But somebody brought in 15 candies, somebody brought in 100 candies, somebody brought 20 candies, whatsoever. Clear? Now, view of the pulse. So irrespective of how much you contributed, if I say, well, okay, let's just distribute these candies amongst ourselves. That average would have been, yes, okay, the pulse average, right? But then I say, well, okay, listen, girls, there are some other ladies in the other class. Who are okay in for something else. Let's say it's okay, a group of the girls are into scan. Okay, another group of okay students are okay attending some other class. And I say, well, okay, we have these as okay, 150 candies. Now that's okay when we collect the other people from the other class who haven't contributed as much as one candy. I say, well, okay, listen, girls. It's the 30 of us. We have 150 candies. Let's evenly distribute all these candies amongst all of us. That will be as okay, what we can say is okay, will become an example of the temporal average. Because what is it you see in the off time? No sound energy is being produced, right? Because there's no cycles. Did that make sense? Did
Yeah.
that make sense? But you still say, well, okay, you didn't contribute. But we still going to say, okay, what have I been? That's okay. Average intensity over time. So now I may, it's okay, just come down to, yes, okay, to some specific points here. Okay, that's all, yes, okay, written in the book. But we can mainly say, it's okay, for pulsed wave. Sorry, I should write that a little bit clearer so you guys can read it as well. So, for pulsed waves. Clear? We will mainly say that, okay, as the intensity temporal average. Oh, sorry, pulse average, sorry. You can do it this way. The intensity pulse average is always going to be greater than the intensity temporal average. Because this one here was only as okay for the on time. Or we can say, okay, average of on time. Whereas this one here was the average of entire PRP, which included both on time and off time. if you said that this here was over pulse. With the off time. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good. Now, ladies, there's a point, because this here is okay, only applies for pulsed wave. That's going to change if we said or a continuous wave. And what is it that we will have? We can actually say that, okay, yes, the intensity of the pulse average is not going to be greater or lesser than the temporal average. It's going to be equal to the intensity temporal average. And why is that? Because goals, once we said, yes, okay, continuous wave. What did that mean? That mainly meant that, okay, yes, there was a wave which means, okay, went down nonstop. Where we mainly can say is, okay, that in this case is, okay, all the time is on time. So whether we took the average of the intensity, yes, okay, no matter from where. In the pulse, which, okay, it's a never-ending pulse. And says, okay, the intensity in terms of average of the time from here to here, they will be the same. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's okay if we went for an average, for if we talk about, yes, okay, a pulsed wave, or because, okay, pulse wave transducer. The intensity pulse average is always going to be greater than the intensity temporal average. But when we talk a continuous wave, since all the time is on time, then, okay, yes, the intensity of the energy, whether we say it's, okay, pulse average or temporal average will be equal. Just take a party night. Right, okay. When is it that the party actually is on? Yes, goes. It's a party night. So when is it that the party actually is at its highest or at its peak?
In the middle.
Well, yeah, okay. But what would be as okay? What would be as okay? You can say the characteristic that you say, well, okay, this is the climax of the party. You can probably say as okay when everybody is on the dance floor, right? Right? Okay. That will be it. Clear? But that's okay. In case of okay, you can say it's okay, a pulse party. You say, okay, okay, let's dance a little bit, and then you go and okay, somebody have a drink, somebody snack on something. That's off time. When there's actually nobody on the dance floor. And what happens then? We say, okay, we had a drink, we had a snack, we had a this, we had a that. Let's get on the dance floor again. And that's when the pulse is on. Right? Okay. But if somebody else, okay, invite you and say, well, okay, girls, or whatever, this is going to be a non-stop party. So please be aware that there will be no time for drinks. There will be no time for snacks. So if somebody else, okay, needs drinks or need to be drunk, make sure they meet up drunk.
Say less. I'm here.
Right? Because this party here is going to be non-stop. Did you girls get that?
Yep.
Good. So it doesn't really matter. It's okay in which point of time, it's okay, you take the intensity or a continuous view where it's non-stop, because everybody has to be on the dance floor. So yes, okay, for a continuous wave, the average intensity or you can say, it's okay, the average temporal intensity is going to be equal to the average pulse intensity. Where it is different for a pulsed wave, where the pulsed intensity will be greater than the temporal intensity. Because the pulse intensity was made as, okay, just during the pulse. Whereas temporal intensity was doing as, okay, the whole PRP, which included on time and off time. Did you girls get that? So peaks are always going to be a maximum or the greatest, whether that is in terms of space, which would be a spatial intensity, or whether that is in terms of time, which would be as, okay, the temporal intensity. There you can say, it's okay, averages are always going to be lesser than the peaks. But in temporal, we say, well, okay, we have two kind of averages. We had an average that only included the on time, or the pulse duration, or talking time, which we just call as, okay, the pulse average. Or we had an average that included the whole PRP, which was the sum of on time and off time. So in a pulsed wave, yes, okay, that temporal average is going to be lesser than the pulse average, or you can say the pulse average is going to be greater than the temporal average. But, your temporal consideration for us continuous wave is going to be such that temporal average and pulse average will be the same. Mainly because all time is on time. So there's no breaks. Okay. Did you girls get that?
Yes.
Any questions? So if we look here on, yes, okay, sorry, on this scale here, we can mainly say again, please keep in mind, okay, this is for your pulse wave. Okay, that peak is always going to be max. Followed by as okay, this a little bit okay, as different approach of looking at okay as the max intensity in terms of time, which was the IMAX, but followed by as okay the pulse average, just the average of this time here, followed by as okay the temporal average, which was going to be as okay for the whole PRP. So these are mainly as okay, we can say as okay our temporal intensities, and what they're going to do, what it is, as we go down here in a decreasing order, because we start from the biggest to the smallest. Is that clear?
Yeah.
As far, okay, girls, as far as the spatial was concerned, well, okay, that was me, just okay, just 2. And we already said that, okay, yes, that this one here, intensity spatial peak, is greater than this one here, which was okay as the intensity spatial average. So yes, okay, our spatial intensities, that's okay, in a decreasing order, are like this. Did you girls get that? Did you girls get that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we just say as okay, spatial, and we can say as okay, let's do this. Yes. Temporal. What were the yes, okay, 2 spatial considerations that we had? We had okay, yes, spatial peak, and we can say as okay, we have spatial average. Well, let me just write those a little bit farther from one another. Did you guys get that? Whereas, okay, as on the temporal front, what did we have? We says, okay, we have spatial peak. We just had that unusual one here, which was okay as IMAX. But then we had okay 2 temporal averages, right? Okay, or 2 kind of okay as temporal averages, which was pulse average followed by temporal average. Now it just comes the matter of okay as combining. So what we mainly can say is okay that the time and the space where there will be as okay a max intensity is when we combine spatial peak. Sorry, this is not spatial peak. Sorry. This one here, sorry, will be temporal peak. My apologies, girls. With the temporal peak. So max intensity in peak, in max intensity in space, max intensity in time. Clear? Here, yes, okay, girl, you just have to remember that's okay that we need to, yes, okay, just smuggle in this fella here. Did you girls get that? Then we can say, okay, what if we attach, or it's okay, match or join spatial average with a peak average. Oh, sorry, not peak average, sorry. Pulse average. And then we just, okay, join. Oh, you can even go and say, okay, we can say spatial. Peak is joined by pulse average, spatial peak. Joined with temporal average. We can then say as, okay, spatial average. Joined with pulse average. And then spatial average. Again, joined with a temporal average. This one here goes is going to, we can say, is okay, the intensities combined. Basically, yes, okay, both a spatial consideration and join it with a temporal consideration. But if yes, okay, go in this direction here. From here to here. That's going to be as okay, the intensities in a decreasing order. Whereas if you go in the other direction, take this one. If you start from here and go towards here, that's going to be as okay, the intensities in an increasing order. Or if you actually, as okay, also want to write, you can say as okay, the spatial peak, temporal peak will be greater than Imax, which will be greater than spatial peak pulse average, which will be greater than spatial peak temporal average, which will be greater than spatial peak or spatial average pulse average, which will be greater than spatial peak or spatial average temporal average. But this only as okay applies for your continued pulsed wave transducer. For a continuous wave transducer, for a continuous wave, okay, spatial peak, temporal average, that's the same. So because okay, we spatial peak, temporal average. Then we just okay, so peak and temporal peak. We stay as okay, just smuggle in the Imax. But when we go here and say it's okay now in a continuous wave, spatial peak is still going to be as okay, spatial peak. But in a continuous wave, what do we know? That pulse average will be equal to the temporal average. Then we just go and say, yes, okay, here, Spatial average is the same, right? Okay. SA is the same. And we also know that, okay, as pulse average will also be as okay the same as a temporal average or a continuous wave transducer. Is that clear? Well, how did we get these? Yes, okay. Intensities here is okay, mainly it's okay just by combining a spatial consideration with any of the temporal considerations, and or vice versa. So you go spatial peak this, then this, then this. It just it decreases. Then we say as okay, spatial peak, a spatial average combined with okay with a pulse average combined with a temporal average. So that's how SOK goes from increasing from max to least in a pulsed wave transducer. Whereas, okay, as in space, in a continuous wave transducer, when we combine spatial peak and pulse average, is going to be the same as spatial peak and temporal average. Because in a continuous wave transducer, temporal average and peak pulse average were the same. That will also apply as okay when we as okay do a spatial average and combine it with okay as a pulse average. Lie is going to be the same as spatial average and temporal average. Did you girls get that? So be watchful. Because if they say temporal, it's okay if they talk of a pulsed wave transducer. There's going to be a difference between the pulse average and temporal average. Okay? Whereas if it is a continuous wave, non-imaging or therapeutic transducer, your pulse average is going to be equal to the temporal average because there's no breaks in that party. Clear? As long as the SOK club or SOK venue is open, the party is on nonstop. Did I make any sense at all?
Yeah.
Good. Now, girls, some of you say, yes, okay, what is the importance of intensities? Now, we may briefly, as okay, come across that in the next chapter, chapter 6. Right, okay. We may come across that in chapter 6. But we can mainly say, okay, I did talk more about that in detail in chapter 24. But the importance of the intensities is going to be, because it's okay, a higher intensity wave is more likely as okay to going to produce bioeffects. Clear? Okay. Now it is a little bit weird, but what they actually have, or what they actually is okay have determined is that okay, yes, the type of intensity that actually is going to, yes, okay, be more likely to, yes, okay, produce bioeffects, or more likely to produce bioeffects is, let me choose, okay. Should we say this one here? So it actually is okay when we say it's okay, a spatial peak and temporal average is the most important in terms of bioeffects. If you guys don't like the word bioeffects and say, okay, we haven't talked about that, that's just the same as saying biological effect. The effect that the sound, I mean, in this case, I guess it's the intensity of the sound has upon the tissue. Okay. So girls, this was, we can say as okay, at least for now, as okay, all that I could offer for chapter number 5. And some of you may be looking at the end of the chapter and saying, Mike, where are the questions? Huh? Or nobody are missing the questions? You may even go to the chapter exam review and say, okay, Mike, where are the questions for this chapter here? There are no questions. So you may ask, so that does mean that, okay, this chapter is okay, not included in the test. Well, it's included because I will just make our questions from it, okay, whatever I've been talking about. As long as, okay, as 80% of the blabbing that I've been doing, yes, okay, this early or late morning and noon and early afternoon is concerned. If you got most of it, you should be GOOD or tomorrow, okay? Okay, girls? Ready?
Sir, do we have class after exam tomorrow?
We will see,
Okay.
okay? Just bring in your books and notebooks and pens and pencils. But you need a pen and pencil to be able to answer the test, right? Okay. Okay, girls, let me just give you girls, that's okay, a weird question. And let's see if somebody can answer this. And we can say, okay, we are scanning a patient. Clear? We increase imaging depth. Clear? Okay. Now I may ask you 2 things. What is the effect of that on the pulsed average. Number one. And what is the effect of that on the temporal average? Let me be more specific. We are scanning a patient. You can see it's okay using pulsed wave transducer. And everybody read what I wrote? We are scanning a patient using a pulse wave transducer. Right, okay, we increase the depth. The first question asks us, where is going to be okay be the effect of that on the pulsed average? And what I mean by pulsed average is going to be okay in intensity. Second is, what is the effect of that on the intensity temporal average?
For number one, is it decrease?
So somebody go with number one, let's say decrease. Okay. And that was and the floors. Okay, good. What is your answer for two then?
I was gonna say the opposite, so increase, but I don't know if that's right.
Just say the opposite for two, which is increase. Okay.
For one, I got increase instead of decrease.
Okay, so you go increase.
On the second one, I got an increase as well, but I'm not sure.
Okay,
40% sure.
well, that's what you got. Okay.
I think one is increase as well.
Okay. Now what about you?
I don't really know. Maybe decrease. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you go decrease. And that's Esther, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go increase on 1 and 2.
Okay, so you go increase on both.
Yes.
increase on both.
On both?
Yes.
Okay,
I also think increased on both.
okay.
I think that it will not affect the pulse average. It will the same. And because the listening time is bigger, so it will decrease the temporal average.
Okay, girls.
I think it's both increased too.
You think they both increase as well? Those of you who don't want to answer are still are thinking.
I think they both will increase as well.
Here you go with increase as well. Both of them.
I got that the pulse average will stay the same and temporal average will decrease.
You go staying for this and this one here will decrease, right?
I'm sorry, yes, the same, not increase. I maybe said wrong, decrease, because the listening time is increasing, so the average will decrease.
Okay. And that's what you went with too, Dr. Ramos?
Yeah, that's what I got.
Okay. Good. Yes. Dr. White, what is your answer, my dear?
Can you repeat what you just said?
I said, what is your answer, my dear?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Let's contribute with a shot in the fog. That's okay. Yes, my dear. Yes, girls. Okay. Listen, girls, it's okay to have this question here. It's okay, answer wrong, okay? Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Because most of you did. You're wrong. I can say it's okay. It was only Tatiana and Dr. Haley's whose answers were right. Now look at the first question. When you, yes, okay, increase the depth, it's not going to affect the pulse average because pulse average was mainly, yes, okay, just the average of your on time. Clear? So yes, okay, in changing your depth is really not going to just okay do anything about or change anything of your the intensity of your pulse average. Whereas mainly here, it's okay, as we increase the depth, we can mainly says okay, that mainly will mean that okay, as we increase the PRP. And mainly because we increased the PRP, we says, okay, the temporal average is going to just, okay, be reduced. Because it was the same energy as we had over here, which is now going to be as, okay, evenly distributed over a greater area. Or if I say that's okay, not only are we going to just, okay, distribute those candies that we had in our bowl with other girls in other classes, we will also bring in Laura and Ravish and, okay, the other people from the front and say, okay, we got candies. What are you girls going, what are everybody going to be doing? Walking home with lesser amount of candies as it was had we just distributed with the other girls in the other classes. Not to talk about as, okay, lesser than it would have been had we just distributed those candies amongst ourselves. Okay, now girls, don't get scared. Okay, don't get scared and say, shit, what did we got ourselves into? Because you're not going to get this kind of questions tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow's test is very easy.
So you say.
Huh?
I said,
No,
so you say.
No. Well, okay, if you think tomorrow's test is going to, if you after yes, okay, seeing tomorrow's test think that was hard, then okay, just be aware that okay, the next quiz is going to be harder, and then the midterm is going to be as okay. Yes, I don't want to get there.
Choice?
Huh?
All multiple choice?
No, they are all going to be diagrams that you need to label.
How dare you?
They are all multiple choice. The least number of choices that you can get is 2, which will be true or false.
Okay.
Or A or B, which is okay as the right answer for the question. Okay, so you're not going to get diagrams that needs to be labeled. You already bye to that in E&P. Clear? Any last questions?
Should we study the figures in the book?
What do you mean by figures, Maria?
Like it shows you for chapter 5 and figure 5.1, it shows you the temporal
Like you talk about this diagram here? No, let me see.
it's on page 71. I'm just saying, like, when the little pictures, should we?
These
Yeah.
No, but this, well, okay, this is just to give you, it's okay, you can say it's okay, pictorial explanation of, okay, as the text.
Okay, but I'm not just saying for just number 5, I'm just saying for the pictures that we see in the book so far, should we study
No.
those? Okay,
Not necessarily.
all right.
You can be given any picture and say, well, okay, in this picture, which one is the wavelength? Which one is the amplitude? Which one is the period? Which one is the frequency? Which one is what? Which one is what? Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be as okay the diagram or the picture from the book. You should know as okay what will represent the period, what will represent the wavelength, what will represent the, you can say pulse duration, PRP, PRF, and all that. by looking at any crazy diagram made by any insane person on the surface of the earth. Did that make sense?
Yes.
So that's mainly as okay, something that you may as okay, just be able to just okay, figure out if you know the material. If you don't know the material, I can put and will at least a picture diagram for you as okay, you still not be able to figure out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, girls. See you ladies tomorrow. And I guess you will be, let's see. I think we will be sitting in the room right across from the restrooms. Because, okay, our group got bigger. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just be seated in the cafeteria. I make sure that, okay, as we get seated in the right place tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, have fun then.
Bye. Thank
Bye-bye,
you.
girls.
Thank you.
You're welcome, dear.